Hello, hello, good morning, and hello, stacking. Happy Sunday. Well, hello. Let's see, can I get... No, that doesn't launch for this one. Okay, we need to fix cat cam for... let's see, okay, so when I'm on this screen, I want cat cam. Can I duplicate you? Copy, paste. Oh, scene. We'll call this MacCat. Okay, let's try this. Hey, there we go. Which now Zoe is just out of view. Let's see if I can. So, okay, well that didn't work out too well. You got to see his face for a second before I scared the heck out of him with the camera. Now I have to put it back. It'll be okay. All right, let's see if that is any better. Yeah, okay. You can see Zilby's hanging out there. Zilby, hi. You want one of these toys? Let's see. You've been playing with Yew and Tari this weekend, making useless little desktop apps, but the Dr. Tori really needs some attention. You've been struggling with stuff other than the basics along the way. Yeah, a lot of these tools I've noticed, documentation is a little bit lacking, but it also makes sense. Like most people are focused on building rather than making really nice, like user documentation. So that being said, I mean, besides the documentation, how are you enjoying Tori? And can you actually use Yew with it? Because if you can, it's gonna be pretty awesome. For some reason, I thought Tori was just sort of like its own thing completely. You can see Tori really taking off in a near future once they get it nailed down. Yeah, I hope so. It's on my list of things to check out. They support anything that outputs HTML. Ooh, okay, so that's actually gonna be nice. All right. Now what we're working on today is continuing. I think we're close to the end of authentication. I think we can sort of finish that up today, and then start experimenting with whatever the next thing is going to be. I did spend a little bit of time over the last couple days. I read through some more docs on like how the flow for single page applications work with Auth0. It's actually a little bit different than the traditional OAuth flow. It's like similar, but also different. There's one less call that we need. So, for example, the first thing that we do is we make a call to Auth0 as a GET request, redirect to the website to say, okay, login time. And that's only if like we press the login button, or if we're on an authenticated page that requires some kind of authentication. They of course then your user signs up or logs in or does whatever they want to do. They now are authenticated and they get redirected back to our app. At which point in time we check the URL and we should see the token, we should see the state, we should see all those things. Now, if they were logged in previously, the user doesn't actually see anything. They just see a flash of their screen as they were redirected to someplace and then immediately redirected back without any HTML really loading that much, which is nice. And the state gets sent back with us, and it's going to be the original state, so we need to keep that in a cookie. We then check that state. We check if it matches, then we can trust the token. And now we know that we're logged in. At that point, we can do a request to get the user. So the way this would look is we're here on the authentication screen. Let's say we're not logged in. So if we're in the not logged in state, we hit login. That was how quickly the refresh was. We now have this authentication token in here. Now this sent us back to slash, and it actually sent us back to authentication. I think I want to do this. Not exactly sure what the best way to do this would be. This is sending back to slash authentication, which if I check my callback URLs, let's see, so that is applications, completions, this thing. Yeah, so allowed callback URLs is to authentication and also to localhost. So that's where this is going here. So the next idea that I have is a route for handle login. And it would be a specific URL on the front end that's made for this. So that's kind of what I want to do here. Is I want to create a new page, which we're going to call handle, or maybe it will be something like login callback. Now, when we get here, I think this has to be, I think this is going to have to be some kind of route, doesn't it? Or does it? Would we potentially just put this into the router? So like we would have this here. So we have our login callback. I just need some kind of component for it to sort of handle and use here. Let's keep it right here for right now. Now, I don't actually need this to return anything, do I? Because I don't want anything to like flash on the screen when this happens. I want it to like immediately go someplace else So I'm just gonna have this be an empty HTML, and it seems to be okay with that so far. Also, I realized that completely been forgetting so far. We're doing exploration type stuff. I actually have an exploration hat. Just have to double check there's no spiders in it. Nope, we're fine. That covers up all the long hair getting my eyes too, so nice. Okay, so I should now be able to pull in this login callback route here. So we have our pages. And the only time this is going to be run or executed is now when it comes back to this one. So if I wanted to actually hit this, we would go okay, so to here to login callback, and this seems to be okay so far. Which also means I want to take this and add you to my allowed list of login callbacks. There we go. Okay, so then in our main app, what I would want, okay, so we're creating this context with the which we're calling just app context. And I'm just creating the default one. Now app context is grabbing this Auth0, which I don't know how much like I like this sort of like that sort of pattern. We'll sort of see. We have, okay, loading Boolean is authenticated, Boolean. So these are going to start with false, right? Like we're loading is false, is authenticated Boolean. Now user is interesting. We have that here. User is just an empty struct. This should probably be an option. So that way it'll be a none by default, I believe. Because we don't have a user yet. So we have all this stuff. This is helpful. Oh, default for this. So I'm gonna mark loading as false, which actually means that at this point in time, everything can handle this. Which means I'm just gonna go back to deriving default. So when we first come to the app, we are not loading it because we just have default settings for everything. We're is authenticated false. We have no user, and we our loading is okay. Loading is false. Is authenticated is false. User is none. Okay, great. Then we're gonna come to the authentication page. We get our context out, and I want to do this if statement. So like if we're authenticated, then we'll choose which buttons. Okay, so here we have our is authenticated. Now this is using a store for this, and I don't want it. I want to actually switch away and now start using the context. So I'm gonna refactor this and remove it from our store. We don't have any need in here. This is login, and then on log out. And a log out. And then on location, I don't know if we actually need this. Yeah, we don't, because that auth struct is where all this stuff is gonna live. So let's make sure that this is all working first, regardless of the 25 warnings. Okay, it is. So we see these two buttons. I should be in a full refresh. We are in a logged out state, or at least we should be. So we get the context out. I should now be able to do if I want to be at context dot Auth0 dot so if we're loading, okay, so if we're not loading, okay, so if we're not loading, and then there's gonna be another if here. So if app context Auth0 okay, so this is now gonna be if for log out button, I want that to only show if we are authenticated, which is this is authenticated. Otherwise, show the login button. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now we're only showing the login button. So when I hit this, we then want to call the function now. How are we going to get this to work? And this might go back to like it needs to be in like a Yew.rs store. We'll see. Instead of a context. Because I don't get the ability to mutate the context, right? Yeah, I don't think, this might not work because I don't have the ability to mutate. And we're behind the router, which means that we've lost that. Okay, so context is probably not right. We probably are gonna go back to, okay, we're gonna have to use a Yew.rs store for this. So back to you. We're not gonna create a context here. We don't need to create state like that either now. Lumacode, hello, Lumacode with the raid. Welcome. How are you doing today? And how was your stream? What were you working on? It was okay. You were factoring a bot. Awesome. We just got started here. We are experimenting, hopefully finishing up experiments with Auth0 authentication and Yew.rs. So I have an Auth0 account. I've set that up. I've got a sort of like a dummy user that I'm using. We are currently, I have, oh, I lost the button now because we don't even have access to the context is a, you're probably yelling at me, right? Yeah, unwrap on a none state, aren't you? You are. We're factoring this to use a Yew.rs store instead of a context. Mainly because I can only change the context at this level, and the Yew.rs store is going to be more global. Out of curiosity, how many of you are like know about Yew or like front end web dev with Rust? We can go through what we're doing if you want. Otherwise, we'll be continuing to play around with Auth0. So here's our store. We have our Auth store. And in this case, now I have this context Auth0. I think I want to now change this to just an auth. So now auth. I don't need this app context anymore. Except from this stream, you've never seen Yew. It's been a little bit of fun. Let's see. User. Why can't you find user? It's right there. Oh, maybe library also needs to be updated. We have don't need that at all. Yeah, so Yew.rs is a front-end framework. Think React. It's very similar to that. As you can see, there's we have HTML in Rust. We know JavaScript is manually being written. You just write Rust code. A lot of cool magic stuff happens to basically convert all of your code to WebAssembly, and then call JavaScript code that's like pre-written by you for us. And then we have front-end code that we now have written in Rust. It's pretty awesome. We haven't been doing CSS in here specifically, but it's also very possible to do CSS for these components too. Okay, so you're good here. Still have some, so authentication. Let's just restart with you. We're not going to do an app context anymore, which means we're not going to do this anymore. Okay, so we'll fix these in a little bit. And then Yew.rs store. Okay, so this is where we're gonna have our Yew.rs store for this auth store. Now you can pretty easily have multiple stores inside of using something like Yew.rs. Think of Yew.rs very much like Redux. It's I I actually find it's a little bit nicer, a little bit easier to get set up. I don't know, it feels super simple compared to Redux, which working on like a more lower level language like Rust, I mean, maybe it's not really that low level. Rust is still pretty high level. Different terminology. Coming from something where it's like more backend and more like type safety than Rust, it sort of feels weird that there's less code required and like less everything for its centralized store management. It just, I don't know, it feels good to me. There's some weirdness about it, like the mapping off of the options, but that's also just sort of Rust being its own weird self. There is Bounce as an alternative centralized store, but I haven't really, we played around with it a little bit, but I'm gonna stay with Yew.rs for a little bit while longer at the very least. Okay, so we have Yew. All right, so I think we're back to a working sort of system here. I want those buttons to show up, which means I need to have an Auth0 in here. So if we have like our auth store, and inside of that, what actually, can I like not even have a pub/struct auth store? Can I just utilize this Auth0 from somewhere else? If I can, when we go to make the real web app, I might break this out into its own struct, its own crate, and then just have this be a struct like this. And if I can, is there any reason why I couldn't then see auth store type? So what if I just don't do this at all? And then we have a pub type, auth store type is basic store, and then that's going to be an Auth0. I've got one error. In home, don't think we need you. Right, like that's so such a basic page. We don't need you there. We're happy here. Okay, so here's all the Auth0 stuff. We're not doing that. Okay, so default is set for it. So it basically, the store is going to load as in the default state, which is loading is not true. Okay, so then we should be able to come back to authentication now. And we want down here to determine if we're loading. So if loading is false, so we need to know if we're loading. Okay, so we do our use store here. I need this, I'll take it out that room. Then we're gonna get our state. We're gonna map this state, give it a closure. So we're gonna have this state, and I want s dot. So at this point in time, we now have essentially this thing. So I want loading. Loading is a Boolean that implements copy, so I can just return this in a tuple here. And then we're gonna unwrap or default like that. And so that gives us our auth loading. Now we can use that here. So if not offloading, okay, if not offloading, show the login button. Well, let's actually make that for real, because right now it's just this if false. So then the next one is going to be if we are authenticated. So is authenticated. That's also a Boolean. So we grab that down here, and then if we're authenticated, we want to log out. So this should just be is authenticated like that. And nothing really changes here because we're not authenticated. Okay. So then I click on the login button. I'm not going to do it right now, but when I click on the login button, it's going to go out. It's going to hit this button right here. And we need to call a method on Yew.rs and update that. Okay, so this is where it's going to get a little bit interesting. We are going to call handle login. And I don't think there's anything else we need to do. We just need to call this handle login function. Now, can I just grab that out here as a function? So handle login. Without calling it, can I just grab you? It's a method, not a field. Okay, so I can't actually. Okay, so next question. Handle login, what do you need? So you're going to do self create the random string. Create the login URL. Now you pass in the state. Okay, so create the login URL. Store state. Okay, that seems fine. Then I want what if I don't have this be a self like this, so I can just call handle login off of here directly. So that would be what? Auth0 handle login now. Which means all of you, okay, so create random string, you don't take anything in, create login URL, you don't take anything in, and then store state. No field handle login. Right, okay, so handle login doesn't exist anymore. That's fine. So then down here, I just call handle login. So this is gonna be Auth0 handle login like that, and this is gonna send us on off. So let's try it. I click here, and there was a refresh. I'm now on the /authentication. Okay, so that is incorrect. In Auth0, I want to go to I don't want to go to authentication. I want to go to that other one we created. Login - callback. Okay, let's try this again. So hit login. Okay, so that takes us to login - callback now. And then I have all this access token and all this other fun stuff in the URL. Okay, so now we need to create, okay, now we need to update our login callback component. So what do we need to have happen here? The first thing we're gonna do is start updating, and I guess like we're gonna handle login, right? We need to grab all of the information out. Well, actually, we just need to call the handle login method. Which is here. So handle redirect callback. Right here. Now this does need self. So this needs to be essentially a reducer if we're using Yew.rs. So I wonder then if like when we go to make this for real, we might have to make this like specific to what kind of store it's going to be using. Because the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set loading to true. Then we're going to get the URL. We're going to do all this stuff. And then, okay, continue on with this. We haven't checked the makes this state to make sure it's the one we expected, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So now this is essentially the state though. So if I have a reducer and I deal with the if I deal with the reducer, I could deal with the reducer in like any different areas. I think I might need to like have the library, if I'm doing a crate, have it be aware of which state management system we're doing, potentially. Or just have these be a series of functions that we're using. And then we create like sort of another layer on top of that. I don't know. We're gonna have to think about that. Okay, so handle redirect callback here. So we're gonna set loading to true. So in our Yew.rs store, what are we getting in here? We're gonna get in a, I guess we'll get in a dispatch. I guess like before I even do this, let's write it inside of login callback. So we'll grab the store out here. So let I guess it's gonna be let the dispatch. So as soon as this loads, we need to run that stuff. We need to get the URL, and okay, so we need to grab, we need to mark it as loading true. Okay. So we'll do a I don't think we need to put this into a use effect, because I don't think this needs to be run on every refresh, but that I may be wrong with that. We'll find out. So we need this is gonna be we're gonna do the dispatch. Okay, so we're gonna do a use state or use store. Get the dispatch, and then we're going to do a reduce loading equals true. So that's the first thing we're doing, is we're setting loading to be true. Apparently I somehow have an infinite loop in here too. That's not great. Hi. Okay, so now if I go to login, that seems to here. Oh, infinite loop. That's a really, who is calling that? Yeah, please stop. Oh, it's not really helpful. Debugging this type of stuff is really kind of difficult in the browser, especially like what's like is this a infinite loop right here? Because I'm setting loading store to be true, and that's causing everything else to refresh over and over and over again. Is it because I don't have any HTML in here? You want this one? Here you go, Sylvie. No, you're still doing the infinite loop on this login callback with all of this fun stuff. Oh, that's not good. So what's going on here? Login callback. We're marking the store to be loading is true. Yes. Let's do a glue console log and see if this is like login callback. See if this is the one hitting the loading all the time, or if it's like maybe up top. Oh yeah, login callback. Now is it a parent? So we have login callback, we have the router, and then we have the main library. Let's check this. Just the login callback. Okay. And as soon as let's see, if I don't put this Yew.rs in here, okay, so that's our problem. I'm affecting the store by marking login, like logging in true, which unfortunately is affecting everything else. I could put this in a use state or use effect. I don't think that will help either, though. So if I set that, we could also do the trick where we're only trying to log in once. So we grab something out of state to see if like we're loading. So what if I do something like this? Let so if loading like is loading, we can start this as false. We set you to true, and then we only want you to run if because it's always setting to true. Oh, hold on. Right, I keep on forgetting that Yew.rs in its current state, if I just change this to be true, even if it's the same value, that's going to trigger a reload. And maybe what I want to do is just check to see if it's true first. So if store dot, so if not, store dot loading, store dot loading equals true. Oh, I was really hoping that would work. I guess it does. So it's refreshing the state and it's false every time? Oh, look at that. Okay, so store loading is true, 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 true. Oh, okay. I'm seeing it being true. Do I need to like do the check before I even use this? So do I want to do this as like a use effect? I might want to. So if we do something like, I think we have to do this in like a 2-part. Well, maybe not. We'll do it in a, we'll just use effect. We have to return an empty struct at the very end. Okay, so we're gonna get the dispatch first. Okay, then we're gonna move this dispatch into this closure, and then we'll do, I think we have to do the is loaded then here too. So let, is it loading or is loaded? Loading. Okay, so if this is, it should start on false to begin with. So if not loading, then we want to set this to be true. That'll be then our dispatch reduce expected FN1s. Okay, so, oh, because I'm doing it twice. Okay, start at loading this store. I don't have multiple stores in here. It should be fine. Now this loading is that one right here. I am doing a move on it. I shouldn't need to clone it, I don't think, because it does copy. I am moving to here. What do I need to move in? We have this store, which is not created anywhere else. Oh, is it the dispatch? It might be the dispatch. No, it's not that. What are you upset about? Expected Boolean found nothing. That's a return. Oh, wait. Is that outside the use? Oh, okay, that's what was happening. I had this closure in the wrong spot. Okay, so now this set to stored loading true, but that should only happen one time. There we go. Okay, so now that's loading only once. So we're using use effect to say like, okay, if it's not set to is loading, then set it to be is loading. Now, what's the very next thing that we need to do for this? Back to you. We need to get the URL, which is this thing here. So what I really want at this point in time is to have a function in here that will grab me this authentication result, which has all the stuff in the URL. So this is okay, and this takes in a raw URL, which we can get through this get URL. Oh, you can't find this one? Function. Oh, you need to be public. That's why. Get URL. And I think we just have to unwrap you right now because we don't, use effect doesn't allow me to return a result. So we have that, and now next up, we have a hub authentication result with a new on it, and that takes in this result. Okay. That now gives us the authentication result struct. We need to compare it to the state. Okay, so we got you. We need to compare this to the state, so then we probably want like a get state in here. Okay, so we get the document, we turn that into an HTML document, we unwrap, and then we just get the cookies and unwrap. Okay. I don't think that's exactly what we're expecting, but Okay, so here's our stored state. So we have like Auth0 state equals. Am I also getting that console log there? Oh, is that in? Hold on. Is that in here? It is. Fragment string. I can get rid of you. There we go. That makes it a lot. It makes a lot more sense now. Okay, so we have our auth state here. We now see. Okay, see you. I want to grab this state out, which if there's two cookies in here, which like there might be. So I think we can do is documents cookie equals, just do like another equals thing. I forget what all the requirements are, but when we get it, we don't get those. So okay, that's fine. Then okay, so it's semicolon based with a space between there. So now if I hit refresh, you see both of these things in here. So I now need to extract out this state. So we're looking for auth0 state equals. So I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to divide on semicolon. Unless there's a crate that can parse cookies, I think just divide on semicolon is going to be the easiest way. Does Serde have a parse for cookies? That would be really interesting. So maybe HyperSerde, is that using something for cookies? We could import a serializer for it, or a deserializer. Oh, and I wanted, okay, deserializer. Do they have an example? They're grabbing like characters out. Oh, so it said in there that they're not. It's not really meant for like pattern matching type stuff. I think it might be just simpler for us to do this ourselves manually. So right here, what I want to do is get our cookies out, which we see is exactly the same thing as the output of, so this would be in get state. I now need to parse this out. So we know that there's going to be a there might be a semicolon in there. So I think I want to split on semicolon. So that so this will be like cookie string. So that cookies will be our cookie string. Can I split here? I can. Split. And then our pattern is I want a semicolon space. So we did notice there's a semicolon space in there always, regardless of what we do, if there are multiple of them. So it might be that there's none, and then we just get the first single item. Then I want to split that on equals. Now there's no guarantee that the first one is this auth state, so we'll have to loop through them to make sure that we get it. We actually have the one we're sort of expecting. So we have our cookies now. I kind of want to like one at a time just sort of like log this out. Actually, we can just return it. Can I do cookies? This is a split. Oh, you have to be. Is that adequate as a pattern? We'll find out. Okay, so if I collect this, and then I get the first one. So that should be a collection of strings. Type annotations needed, of course. You're going to be a vec of string. Cannot be built from iterator over elements of stir. I guess we could then map over you to turn you into strings as opposed to stirs. What are my other choices here? I have map. I also have a find. Okay. What would happen if I do a find on this? So Interesting. Okay, so mismatch types, expected unit type, empty, found an option. I am semicolon it? Maybe you need that. Oh, JS cast. Okay, so it doesn't know how to do this from a string. Can I dereference you? So find. Oh wait, you need to return like a true, don't you? Expected boolean. Okay, so let's just say false, so it never finds it. That way it will go through all of them. Cannot borrow cookies as mutable as is not declared. Okay, so you need to be mutable to do a find on it. Okay. Now this causes an error, but we should get... Okay. So we split on it, and then we can do a find on it. Now we see, okay, so now I can look at this Auth0 state. So I could split this again, but I don't know if I need to do that. I think what I can do is just check to see if it has this substring in it. So inside of this find, if item dot contains Yew, so if you contain this, then we now know that you're the right cookie for us. Time to split on this equal. So we're gonna do a I guess it's gonna be like the key value. Key value splits. Really, this is like a single cookie. I want to do another split. And the pattern now is going to be on S. Just the equals. Now I want this second thing, right? Because this splits it into two. So like the first one is going to be the key, and then the second one is going to be the other the value. So we can do nth. Is there like a last? There is a last. Okay, so we if let some out. This is now going to be our state, like a, let's just call this cookie state here. If we've got this, we're good to go. We can now return cookie state. Let's to owned it, and we're good to go. And that returns out of here. Oh, we're inside of a. I probably don't want to find that. I probably want to do this as an actual just normal for loop. let's try this again, but now we know what we're doing. So for cookie in cookies. So we have, I guess this is going to be this is a raw cookie. Then we want to check to see if it contains this. So how about we do the opposite, right? So we can just continue on if it doesn't contain it. So if not, raw cookie contains, pattern is going to be this Auth0 state equals. Okay, so if you do not contain this, continue. Okay, if we get here, we have found it. It's time for us to split that and get the value. So I think we can just do a return from this. So we're going to return raw cookie dot we can do another split on the equal, then give us the last one and to owned it. And that should be good. And we might want to do a result here, so that way if we get to this point, here, let's return did not find state to owned, which will technically make you happy, but it's not a good idea. You. Mismatch types expected, a string found in an option. Oh, right, so last. If we did find it, then we know that this is going to work, so I feel okay doing an unwrap here. There's our state. We should turn this into a result and handle this properly here. So results with a string inside. You're going to be an okay. And you are just going to be a bail. Could not find state cookie. I mean, at this point, we're not really doing this handle reset anymore. Okay, so now we have you. Right now, we can just sort of do an unwrap. We might, like for the real thing, we're probably going to want to think about how we want to do our error handling and handle it better. But okay, so we get our stored state. And now we want to check to see if the stored state is the same as the authentication. So if authentication dot state state is right here. Why can't I see state after it? Actually, why am I not? Okay, types. Yeah, I got types. If authentication dot state. Oh, how lovely that it's sort of forgotten how to do something. So if state is equal to stored state, then we're good to go. Everything is great. If not, then we want, okay, so if the authenticated instance state equals store state, then we can now set we have our dispatch here. We're using the dispatch here. Let's clone it. So now we can use that here also. So we're going to do a dispatch. Reduce. I want to do store dot is authenticated. We now know that we should be is authenticated. The access token is a string, so we get an error. Like we have to have an access token at this point in time. So is authenticated is now true. Okay. Still, oh no. Forever load. Why are you doing the forever load? I kind of want, if we're not loading, store that load equals true. Do I also want to just like do a return at this point in time? Like, are we done? Or all of this stuff actually goes up in here. I think that's what it is. Okay, so now we have our, okay, so is authenticated is now set to be true. If I come back to Yew, that is not setting anything, is it? I want this logout button. So if is authenticated, we never finished the auth loading. We need to finish that too. Okay, so at the end of this, okay, we did dispatch, source loading, we do another dispatch. At the very end of this, we do a final dispatch. No, not a discriminate value. Okay, do dispatch, another reduce. We set you back to false again. Now, if we're going to do this, the next time that loads, this entire thing is going to repeat again, and we're going to have an infinite loop. So then we need to send ourselves away. So we need a history. So once we do all of this, Don't I have it in here? History. Push. Oh, there we go. We need our routes. And let's go to just authentication. We'll go back there. Okay, so I go to authentication, I hit login. It takes me to that handle, like the login callback or whatever, like that. It takes me to that component. It loads it. It does all the stuff. It then redirects me to here, and now it shows a log out button. Oh, that's great. Okay. And then the sort of like the last thing that we want here is that I kind of want to have access to the user, and to put that into our Auth0 state here, which does mean we need that not here, right? We need that in our Yew.rs store. Oh no, that's the basic Auth0. Okay, so we're gonna have user as an option, so it's a none right now. So I now need to do a request to get the user. So I'll follow the same pattern here. We're gonna have a pub function get user. This one, we're gonna need the token. So and I think that's it. We're gonna return an, I guess this is gonna return an error or a user. Okay, let's go find the API for getting our user. Okay, I think it's this get user info. So given the Auth0 access token obtained during login, this endpoint returns user's profile. All it needs is an access token as a parameter. So it's a get request to, okay, user info, authorization. That's a, this is a header, right? That feels like strangely written here. Let's see. Schizophrenic developer, hello. Is Amazon AWS CodeStar a good tool to use or not? You know, I don't know if I'm familiar with Amazon CodeStar. What is it? Quickly develop, build, and deploy applications at AWS. A unified user interface enabling you to easily manage your software development activities in one place. You set up your entire continuous delivery toolchain. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard of it until you asked. So like so far what I've been doing when I've been building apps on AWS, I've been sort of like just using the basic stuff to deploy things. So we do have something on ECS, which is the most complicated systems. That's Elastic Container Service, I think. That's like basically we have a Docker image in a cloud. But for like web apps, what we're doing is building the apps, putting it on S3, and then using a cloud front to sort of like sit on top of that and then serve all of like the contents of that bucket as web applications, and that seems to be just fine. Now we do use we're using Pulumi, but you could also use like any sort of like infrastructure as code or infrastructure as configuration tools to sort of like set that up for you, and that's what we're doing. It sounds like this might include some of that stuff for you, where you just sort of write, like it just like figures that all this stuff out for you. What I've noticed in the past is that this is great for getting started, but then if you want to customize it or you want to like to do something different than what they want to do, it becomes exponentially harder the more changes you want to make to the sort of like the flow. So getting started right away, sure, yeah, this probably is going to be fine. They may charge you more than what you would do if you just sort of managed it all yourself, because they're managing it. But if you just need to get started and you need something right now, yeah, sure, probably. However, I have some caveats here. Code commit is okay, never mind. You can use GitHub. I was gonna say, if you have to use code commit, I would just say like don't do it. I have had nothing but just terrible interactions with code commit. I do not like it at all. I think that like GitHub has a lot better resources and like just better features, and I don't like the CI/CD stuff that you can get with code commit. I like GitHub's actions a lot more. EC2, Lambda, AWS Beanstalk is interesting here. So Beanstalk, the documentation that Beanstalk says is that it's not for production use. It's for like learning how things work and playing around with it, but you shouldn't build like a business off of it. At least that's what they claim. Now, plenty of people do, and it should be fine. Beanstalk has like a lot of features on it that are pretty cool and pretty interesting. Basically, Beanstalk is just handling a lot of like handling EC2 for you. It also handles Route 53 and setting that up for you as well. So my end, like sort of like in conclusion, to get started, sure, this is great. I would recommend you don't only use this. Like start like use this, but then also start learning how to do all of this stuff on your own, without having to rely upon it. Does that answer your question? I feel that might have been a little bit rambly too, so sorry about that. All right, awesome. Okay, so I shouldn't have anything in here. Like for this account that I created, I don't think I have like any information for it. Out of curiosity, if I go into, I have my profile page on another window because it's Auth0. It's probably super easy for me to accidentally show the wrong thing. So I want to find, okay, so here's my user. that all seems to be fine. Oh, is this going to be it? No, that doesn't look exactly like it. Okay, that's raw JSON. Yeah, I don't necessarily see the full profile. I guess like the profile has been across a lot of different things. So if I want to grab this out now, we're going to use, okay, so HTTPS, your domain, and then /user info. So I think we're going to use the Wasm bindgen. Are we really going to do that here? Or we might. So let's imagine that we have. Oh, I think we're gonna have to use Wasm bindgen use features. I think we're gonna have to use that. And I think that is Wasm bindgen Yew.rs. Which means in here we can create a use Wasm bindgen Yew.rs, please. There we go. Wasm bindgen Yew.rs, spawn local, and now we're gonna have an async block here that we can just do whatever we feel like. Ooh, but that being said, I can't really do that here, can I? We're gonna have to use the Wasm bindgen Yew.rs elsewhere. So we'll have to do that in the other component, and then call get user, and then it will. This will be in like an async. Oh, we can say that this is gonna be async. That's how we can get this working. How can you see in AWS which services you make use of? Oh my gosh. Okay. AWS, like I love it and I hate it. Like I don't know the best answer for that. I've seen some security crates that you can get like off of crates, packages or libraries or scripts that you can get off of GitHub, and like it'll just like scan everything. I'm also terrified of some of those scripts because like I would want to like review every single line of those codes, which I haven't done. You're paying for stuff that you have never set up. Yeah, and that's the big thing is like when you use those tools like the one you shared with me, it absolutely can set up things that you don't know about, and you start paying for it. I'm not super fans of those. Hey, Zobi. No, you're done? Oh, you just want to... Okay, how about this? You want yellowfish? We have, oh, that's, that is not happy. I guess there's green in this. Zobi, what's that? So one of the things, there's a budgeting system in AWS where you can go to like the budget account and you can create a itemized budget list, which will show you all of the services that you're being charged for every month. And then you can sort of like go in and search through those. Something to consider is that in the console, if you're looking at a different region, it won't show any of the stuff you have. So like, let's say When I first started with AWS, I ran into this problem. I started an EC2 instance. I forgot about it. My free tier expired, and then I started getting charged for it. I didn't think I had one anymore because I was looking at the wrong region in the console, and so it wasn't showing up. I'm like, why am I getting charged? AWS is like, and then yeah, I switched regions, and now it showed up, and then I can delete it from there. So region, and then a budget system, and a budget system I believe you have to create from US East 1, Virginia, because that's the only place it's available in. So you'll be able to set up an itemized budget there. And you should probably have it email you, like set up the entire watch thing where it emails you every month what you're being paid for, which I believe you can set up through CloudWatch too. But it's been a long time since I've done that, so I forget exactly how to do it. Okay, so we're gonna get user. So we need to do a request out. So I think we can use request. I think is what we're using last time. Does Glue has a net thing? I wanna check that out. I wanna see if that's good. So if we have Glue net HTTP okay. Request. Oh, this is like everything. Oh, but here's a post. Okay, so we're doing a get request. So we're doing a get request URL. Okay. So URL, I didn't load this into a const. I think we'll just use an env somewhere in here. Or was that? Where do we get the base URL? Get login URL. Oh yeah, like this. Okay, so I can get the Auth0 domain this way. Now this domain I think is the full domain that I have here for this app. Let me check to see what this looks like. It doesn't have the HTTPS in front of it. It's just, okay. So I think what I want to do is HTTPS // and then put domain in here and then / and then we saw in here it is /userinfo. Okay, then you're going to be a reference. Okay, now we can set a header on this. Okay, so header key value. We're going to want authorization. And then this is going to be the string bearer space and then the access token. So that token, I guess it can be bearer token. bearer space token. Okay, so bearer token. Also, you are a string, not whatever that is. Okay. Then, now what? So header, returning a self. I think I can then just hit send. That returns a result with a response. So then we can do. Can I do with this? Oh, I need to await it. I think I'll wait it before. There we go. Okay, so now I get my response, and then in the response, do I do something like a JSON? I do. Okay, so what do I want to do with that? When we get this back, I guess there's a few things that could happen. I probably do want to get this into the response here. You want to be held now? No? Are you looking at the shadows? I have a window on the other side, and he's just sort of like, he's underneath the camera, so you can't see him, unfortunately. But he's also looking out the window from here. I should probably open the window so we can go hang out there. Okay, so we can check to see if the status is okay or not, and then that will be a different problem. Okay, so if response, so we have okay like this. I think, okay, so if response is not okay, then I want to return, actually we just want to bail. And we're just gonna say error in response. So in the real one, we'll want to like handle these errors a lot better. It might be something like, oh, can I, is there actually error message that I can get, maybe? I'm not a huge fan of Rust Analyzer recently. Like, if there's like, oh, there's like a tiny error in the middle of you writing it, so therefore I'm gonna stop giving you good feedback. The response dot, and now nothing. Unused variable response. I am using that. I am trying to use it. Come on. Come on. Okay, so let's go to response. Okay, so it's this type of response. Can I actually see? Okay, so we have URL, redirected status is a U16. This can be like the 200 through other one. Status text. Maybe we can use that. Status text. Oh, now I get that. Okay. And yep, you're a string. Okay, cool. So we'll console log that out, and then we'll just bear error in response. Okay, continuing on. We have our response, it's okay, meaning that we got a 200 back, meaning that we can now create our user. We have a user in like ready here, but I have no idea what this user looks like. Can I just sort of take a look at what this is now? Can we do something like console log response dot body? Maybe? Oh, I need to, of course, call this entire thing if I want actually to get any use out of it. Okay, so here's our get user. We're going to come back to login callback. So before we do our push, so before we do any of this stuff, we now need to do a wasm bindgen futures spawn local, and then we're going to have an async move block, and this stuff will happen inside of here now. So at this point, I want to do is let am I grabbing the user out? I think I would be, right? It's like let user equals Auth0 get user. Okay, I need the token. Let user equals so dot await, and we'll just do an unwrap too. That will give us our user. Okay, we should be happy there. Okay, so we need a token. You cannot find that value. The token is in this authentication state here. So we're doing a move. I guess this is going to be authentication. I don't want to use you. Dot access token, and then I want you to be a reference. I mean, there's no errors. Okay, so I get user. Object readable stream. Cool. Panicked yet not yet implemented. Okay, so we got to that to do, but our console log was this object readable stream. So I guess that worked. So we potentially now need to get this information out of it, which is, I don't know how cool that is. See, what do you have? Like what information of this do you have? Auth0. Okay, so looking at it, it's my email address. I have my name. Okay, let me edit the name. That. Okay, so I wonder if I could just grab the name out on its own. Let's see. I'm right. It's better to set up everything yourself than let automate everything set up for you. I mean, that's just like what I found out. Like, okay, so go through like my little history with AWS recently. I've not really done much AWS personally on my own. It's always been through companies and through like other entities paying the bill. So that it's also helpful with experimentation in that way. Although I'm going to be doing a lot of deployments with this stuff to AWS. I feel like I've learned enough now to like not make it super expensive for myself. So initially I did use Elastic Beanstalk, and we basically just uploaded. It was so bad. We didn't like, we had CI/CD, but it was not really like, we had no front end tests. We had some back end tests, but I don't think we like, CI/CD was running the tests, but it wasn't auto deploying. We were deploying by uploading a zip file to Elastic Beanstalk manually, and that was the place. This was like 4 or 5 jobs ago for me. I moved on from there, and then the next place that I worked at that had like a deployment type thing that we were working on, it was actually really cool. It was really fully automated, but we were using Heroku a lot, so that was like still an abstraction layer on top of AWS. So you do a pull request, it runs all the tests, and then it spins up an entire copy of the infrastructure, including like database and everything else, and then runs all the automated tests. And then when you click the merge button, it then did the merge, deployed automatically to Heroku. So Heroku was handling that, and then it destroyed all of the sort of like the testing environment. And now at my current company, we did use, we were using something called Forge, which, because we had a Laravel PHP backend, and that's really just setting up an EC2 behind the scenes and managing that for us. Not really all that impressive. Then we used Amplify. Amplify is pretty cool. I like it, but then we ran into some issues where we're trying to use Cypress tests, and it just couldn't handle Cypress tests. Like, it didn't want us to do that at all. And there's some other weird issues, like it was spinning up lots of stuff that we didn't really need behind the scenes. We tried ECS, which is okay and good, but there's a bunch of things that we don't need 24/7 to be running. And ECS, like the way that it was set up, was it's running 24/7, which is also not optimal for our use cases. Or rather, it wants to be like a Lambda function, and we're trying to run it 24/7, which is more expensive than it needs to be. So finally, it's like, well, you know what? What if we just did use like Pulumi to then deploy to like what is Amplify doing really? It's like store the code on S3, set up CloudFront, and set up Route 53, and then also like use GitHub, like use their own. Like do a bunch of EC2 to like do your testing and everything else before you put stuff into S3. Okay, we could do testing in GitHub Actions, and then have AWS CLI copy all of our stuff into S3, and then we can trigger a CloudFront deployment, and then we can also have like Pulumi like update certificates and Route 53 for new projects, and then it's like, oh, this isn't actually all that hard. It's just confusing because there's like a billion services on AWS, and it's hard to know like what to use and when. So now we're much more confident with like, oh, hey, we're not going to be spending $10,000 a month that we don't need to be. We could just like be spending 79 cents per day, or per month on like. I guess it wouldn't be per month, but CloudFront is really cheap, as long as we're not doing anything crazy with it. Anyways, that was my sort of like history of how I've gotten to like this point of like, just do it ourselves. Okay, so I want to grab name. So I'm going to see if we can just put the name into user. and get that out. We have pub. Pub name is going to be a string. And we're going to need... Do we have Serde? We have Serde and Serde JSON. Okay. Stacking, you pushed your new Tari template to GitHub if anyone wants to check it out. You work on a README in a second. Oh, Tari seems so cool. I will probably check it out later. Lightsail. So from what I can understand, Lightsail is like Heroku or AWS by AWS. I think it should be probably fine. It should spin up some EC2 instances for you. It should do like Route 53. But it's basically like it's no backend configuration required. It will set that up for you. And move forward with it. I think it's fine. It's a little bit weird to me that when you click on the Lightsail stuff, it actually takes you to a completely different web app to manage it outside of AWS, but it's still AWS. That's a little bit odd. I'm not really sure why they did that. Or at least it was last time I took a look at it. Okay, so... Okay, I'm gonna need deserialize and serialize in here. Then we'll come back to Auth0 and get user. Okay, so we get response out, header, send. Okay, so we await. We've got that. You kept setting some stupid error with Yew for like an hour. It needed wasm bindgen CLI. Really? No, I've never remembered having to install that myself either. That's that is odd. Okay, so now can I get the user out of this? So that user equals response dot JSON. And this is, okay, so then we await that and question mark it, I believe. And now we have the user and we just return this user. Oh, we return an OK user. Actually, so in this case, could I just return this? Oh, so it's interesting. Okay. Can I like turn that into like an into? Probably not. Okay, fine. So we'll do a question mark and then an okay, that. It looks a little bit weird, but apparently that works. So back to, did I just close that? Back to login callback. We get our user from here. We then mark the state loading false. I want to see if I can grab the username out of it. So we're going to do a glue console log username user dot name. Hey, look at that. Username Brooke Zerker. Okay. Excellent. Now our dispatch is saying that's already been borrowed at line 60. Line 60 of where? Well, hold on. I'll worry about that in a second. We're in the login callback still. So, okay. Wait, am I in an infinite loop? No, okay. So it's crashing here. So dispatch, I guess I need to clone this here too. Dispatch state loading equals false. We then also want state.user equals a sum user, which means we do need to move this in here. And I don't want to take ownership of that. And then we history push. Okay, take me home. So, failed. Let's see. Your trunk just kept crashing and it took you like an hour of GitHub digging to figure it out. Apparently, you does say to install it, but that must be new. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're not like next with Yew.rs. Oh, is that gonna cause like all sorts of problems with the course? I haven't installed it for this, and this seems to be working. That's so strange. We're I'll keep an eye on that. That's already borrowed. So this is okay. So it's dispatch. Oh, dispatch RS in Yew.rs. Wait, do I need to clone it somewhere else earlier? Dispatch clone here. Dispatch clone here. We move in. Oh, I need to clone it here to bring it in, don't I? It's like let like dispatch equals dispatch.clone. Do I need to do that? No. Okay, so same problem. See if we can find it in the stack here. So that's not helpful. This is all like front-end JavaScript WASM stuff. It's not helpful. Uncaught in promise runtime error, unreachable executed. I don't have any. Wait, where's my unreachable? Oh, that's weird. If I type chunk version, what does it put out? Let's find out. Zero 14.0. Zero 0.15. Oh. Okay, we're okay. All right. Okay, so we're gonna have to install the Wasm Bindgen CLI 2 now. Oh man. Like I love CLIs for development, but I'm getting a little bit tired of like the proliferation of like how many CLIs we have to install for a single project. For example, if I want to do like React Dev, I just install Create React App, and I expect that's the only CLI I should install because it should have everything else inside of it on its own. That's sort of like what I feel should happen. Okay, so what's going on here? We may have to do, so there's a debug trick and sort of like hard to like figure out things. Like if we don't know where the problem is, we can do a print line or a debug statement or a console log or whatever, and then we're gonna see like, does it happen before or after this? Like, does it actually happen? So like this console log lets me know that it ran before this code. And so maybe we can find out where it suddenly stops running, and that might help us understand where the problem really is. So if I just do a console log here. Okay, so all I'm interested in is like, did it reach there? And it did. Okay, so we got here. Now I'm just going to go down until it doesn't load up anymore. Now what's also interesting is that we're getting here 3 times because it's loading up 3 different times. So I'm also curious, like if I go, oh, everything crashed, nothing works anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. So three times and then crash. So if I move you to like here, one time and then crash. But that should still be fine because now we're inside this like if loading document. So now we're looking for when this fails. So we're just going to move it down and keep on trying it until we don't see it here anymore. And then we know we found the problem. So okay, so it updated last week, 0.15. Okay, how about that block after that block? Okay. Not surprising, it's in the most recent code that we've done. So let's see, can you start in this? You do start in that, okay. Well, oh no, we got it here still. Is this like an asynchronous problem now? We're running out of code. Oh, wait. No more here. Okay. State.user equals some user. This is our problem here. So getting this user into here, we grab this out. Now I assume that I have ownership of it. I then attempt to move that in here and that fails. So what if I do it the opposite? What if I have my dispatch reduce inside of here? Are you going to be like just super upset? Maybe. So we have a move. Come on, stop. So what are you upset about? Can infer an appropriate lifetime. Yeah, it's super, super upset about that. Okay, so we're back to working again. We now know that I'm trying to like put the state a user equals some user, and that this seems to be the problem here. Now we have the user okay, we have that, and then there's also Auth0, which is user is this option user. Now the error message, now that we know that that's exactly where the problem is, panicked at already borrowed. So are you saying that I can only do one thing in here and I have to do another reduce? I don't think so. I think we've done that before. So maybe this user has already been borrowed before. Can we clone this user in? Like that. So that's not the problem. See, now this dispatch, we're trying to clone you, but it's also moving into here. Now I'm cloning it again right here. Let's see what else. Now I'm doing this in here. Can I actually do? Because we're inside of this async block, which then all this other stuff goes into. So I can't do an await anymore because we're in a non-async block. Okay, so you happen out here. I then want to move this user inside. Is it because state is upset about this? Is it because this one? Okay, so just out of curiosity, what if I don't new you? This should now be fine, right? Ooh, okay. Hold on, can I get? I get the here now. And no longer get the here. So maybe that isn't the problem. Maybe so route authentication history. Maybe it's history. Well, no, because like, Now history is coming here inside of here, and then we have this other one. We could try doing another clone. It looks like it's from a dispatch. So I think it is specifically a dispatch problem with Yew.rs. So we have a dispatch we cloned. Okay, so we start the dispatch here. We clone it. We get that out. Then we go into this block. We clone it again. Clone it again here. Clone it again here into here. I can't imagine that I need to do that separately. Like, heck, I'm even cloning it again separately here. That should be fine. If I clone the user out here, I don't think that's our problem. But maybe it is. So it panicked at an already borrowed. Now it's at this like dispatch RS line 60, which I don't think I can get to. Oh, dispatch line 60. So it's from this bridge. Okay. Oh, it's an FN once. Because of the FN once thing. So for this move, we have state is this Bulbburst ad and a Twisted Seed. Hello. Good morning. If I did I do anything weird like pull in something that's like overwriting one of my things? No, I'm not. Oh wait, dispatcher. I don't think I need that. Maybe I do. Okay, I apparently do need dispatcher. Do I happen to know anything about self-modifying code? I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't really know anything about like how to do it or when you really want to do that. From what I understand, self-modifying code is pretty self-explanatory. It's code in which it can modify itself, like the actual code base. Think of like, okay, it runs into a problem and so it changes its own source code and recompiles, and then now is running from a different state, which is cool and also exceedingly scary at the same time. I think I've heard of some like AI things that are working on that, where it's like, okay, just modify your own source code with your changes and then go from there. But I don't think I'll ever actually run into problems where I need to work on that. So they use it sometimes to get 100% uptime. Interesting. So discover a problem, figure out what the problem is, update, auto update, and then go from there. Someone told me they used it to win an optimization problem in university. They were writing a program that can multiply two 10 by 10 matrices in a few clock cycles. We weren't allowed to specify optimize for 10 by 10 matrices. Yeah, so like I think things like that I think that's its primary use case, right? Is you need to do something and then you just want it to like, I guess it's sort of like recursion, right? Like you're rewriting the thing and then rerunning. It's just a very slow cycle where like rewrites the source code or changes something in it, and then just everything starts over again. But again, like those are very specific use cases, and 100% uptime. Dynamic programming hurts my brain. It hurts my brain too. 100% uptime is just such a, like, I do not live in that world. Like, I live in a world of like the difference between 99.99999% and 100% is a huge amount of work. I don't think it's worth it. Like, there's a reason why most big companies don't promise more than like 5 or 6 nines like on decimal points, which is like still quite a few hours per month that they can have an outage. You don't see why self-modification would be useful there, ignoring that it's basically impossible to debug because the original code becomes useless. I would have just implemented algorithms and functions, check the size after every cycle, and called a new function. If they're not allowed to actually write any code for it to do that, then like that would be, I would say like that's like a Kobayashi Maru solution where, like, you know, Captain Kirk goes in and he cheats by like changing the parameters of the test. I think that's sort of like what that would be doing, right? Is like, hey, you didn't tell me, like you said that we'd have to change the source code every time we did an optimization. So that's what I did. I changed the source code every time we find something new to optimize. Oh, Kobayashi Maru, it's the impossible test in Star Trek that they have all captains, and like I think that all, not just captains, but I think later on they showed that like everyone who wants to become a leader has to like go through. And basically it's like this impossible test that you're going to fail. But you have to fail in like a good, like the best possible way. Kirk, that character didn't like the idea of failing, so he cheated to make it so he could win. Which is like a big, huge like plot point in quite a few of his stories. All right, so we don't get her here. So like this dispatch clone, now if I don't do this reduce at all, we're okay here, right? So we are not okay. Wait, we are okay. We are okay, okay. Self-modifying code seems to be too much of an annoyance to be worth much of anything just based on it's so hard to debug. So I would imagine that self-modifying code would eventually become really big in areas where you lose access to the hardware. So think about right now, if like a Mars rover, if like we have a Mars rover, it takes minutes, I think like minimum 10 minutes, maybe an hour or two to actually like get a signal and send it to that rover. And we've lost rovers in the past because like they got covered in like a snowstorm, or they were on we didn't have like a line of sight, so we couldn't actually send information to it to like patch its software. So imagine if there's a scenario where we send something off, there's literally no way to get access to it to patch it. We need it to be able to self-heal, and we need it to be able to like update itself as it's going along. So I would imagine that like having an artificial intelligence code, or at least machine learning code that's like doing some kind of like figuring stuff out. Oh, hey, I need to handle this new thing. Let me quickly rewrite myself, run all of my tests, and then recompile, and then there we go. Then go off from there. I would imagine that would be really cool for like super deep space missions, planetary missions, like maybe just even underwater if you don't have like, you know, submarines could potentially like not have access to like the servers. Something like that could be really good. Slovak, hello. Anyone here knows Prolog? I do not know Prolog. I know of Prolog, but I've never used it. Okay, so once again, we want to figure out how to get into my dispatch. So we have a dispatch here. I want to be able to move that in. We grab our username. So here we have username, user dot name, I think. Let's just reference this so I don't take ownership. And we see that logged out here. Okay, so I have my username. How can it rewrite itself for a new update if it can't get a connection to get the new update? I mean, I guess the idea is that you have to write your code in a way that it creates the new update. Now, I'm not saying that this is like easy or even how I understand how that would work. That just the general idea is that the code would be able to modify itself to handle new situations. It would probably be like the next step in like general AI. Oh, you know that the new borrow checker is made in Prolog. Is Prolog inspired? Interesting. Yes, I did not know that. Okay, so step one. Can we get now? Okay, so we have our user here. I'm gonna put this right here. So if our Glue console log disappears, we know we screwed up. Let's try a dispatch. We're gonna do a reduce. Let's just do a single letter so it's very different than everything else. And I don't do anything in it, right? We just have this. So far, you're okay. Then inside of here, we're going to do s.user equals a sum of user. Oh, wait, no. Sum of user, and we need to move in here. Okay, let's try putting this in a block. We'll clone the user and move that in here this way. That worked. Like, did it really work? Okay, okay. Now to verify that that worked, I want to, oh, I think we know that it works because in here, this isn't showing done yet. We started it with that one. Okay, so now let's one more time. I want to do s.loading equals false. Okay, this is working. So now we're going to go back to authentication. And I want to actually get the username out of this. So let's get username. So map, I'm gonna grab state.user okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Let's just grab user. State.user. We're gonna clone that. Now this is an option because we might not have a user, but if we are authenticated, then we definitely should have a user and we should be fine unwrapping this. So I should have like log out. Let's then just do another div here to put in a different line. And we'll have our user dot, so user unwrap name. Ooh, okay, so we got an already borrowed again. So do I have to clone you here? Can't imagine that. Okay, so undo. Here, well. So how about this? Log out. Log out. Let's create this as like a message here. So let log out message equals. We'll do a format. Log out. And then I want like username inside of here essentially. So right now I'll just put in unknown user. Okay, so that's failing here. So grabbing this information here is now causing it to fail. So if I don't return you, that's interesting. Why are you now failing here? So we're back to, I thought I got it working, but now we're back to this causing errors again. Do I need to hard refresh? Is there like something in memory causing the weirdness? No. So it's attempting to get a dispatch when it's already loaded. So potentially, okay, then we're trying to do push to you. What if I put you inside of here? So we wait. I mean, so even then, this should be fine. Doing this here too, I would imagine. Do I need to do this in like just 2 reduces? We set loading to false, and then we also set like that seems not cool, but you could try it. Okay, let's not set the user. That did not work. Already borrowed. So why did that start working? Is it also the loading false? Let's try this. If I just do user equals some user, what are you upset about now? Value moved into closure here. Well, yeah, but it's in a block and I'm cloning it, right? This user should still exist. Oh wait, I'm doing a clone. I'm doing that down here. That'll make you happier. Okay, so out of curiosity, inside of here, if I now want to get user, I'm gonna grab the user out of here. So now we have our user. Now, logout message is, it thinks it's always not authenticated right now, right? Not worry about this. We'll go back to you being log out, and then let's put in here if let some user equals user. I want to return div something like that. Okay, I'm getting our username out of this. All right, so that's in the store. So this is working. Then coming back to this, it's the log out that's not working. Or sorry, it's the final like setting that like we're done with this. So out of curiosity, after this is completely done, before I history push, what if I do another dispatch? So we clone you, do a dispatch, just another reduce. We just do this separately. So we get s, we say s dot loading equals false. We're done. And then we also send you to authentication. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so my concern is that by setting this loading to false, this loading here freaks out. We're setting you to true, and I think there's something weird going on where it's like loading at the same time somehow. Oh, look, we're grabbing this loading once and that's it. But in use effect, I need to grab this loading multiple times. I need the most recent state of it, and I'm only grabbing this once at this point in time. I need to know what the most recent loading is. I can do a use store I can get a state. Okay, what if I don't do this off of it? Okay, so what if I just do let state equals Yew.rs. Can I clone? I can't clone that. Oh, state. I can, okay, I can clone the state. So if I get this, it's an option. So we can do an unwrap or default. And then in here, I want to grab you, I think. I don't know if this is gonna be right. So if not, state dot loading, is this gonna be any different? So you're yelling at me saying that it's, oh, because it's a reference here. So I have an option RC. I don't want this to be multi-threaded, but it might freak out about, like, think that it is anyways. Look, if I just do that, then we have a state. Now at this point in time, if state dot is state is some and state dot unwrap dot loading, so not loading. Is this helpful, or am I just like shoving things around? Temporary value dropped. So no, that's not helpful. I can't do that. So use effect happens. I wondered, like, do we even need the loading? I'm not convinced that we need the loading right now. Like, if I just get rid of this, does anything really change? Or would the loading be a local state? Because it all happens in one go when this loads, like I guess the big thing is that we need to know if we've run before and if we haven't. So what if I do the like run once trick that we have? So we create a use state and our initial function is false, like, so we has run essentially. So I'd say, what the? Oh, come on. Rust Analyzer was really weird. Did I put a space in there somehow? That was really weird. Okay, so we have has run. Okay, so then if dereferenced has run, so if this is false, So if a not dereferenced has run, so it's the first time, then we want to do all this stuff. We get the URL, we do authentication, we do all this stuff, we dispatch, and then we set the user, and now we don't need to set the loading because that's just not something we care about. You didn't know that option is some and option unwrap doesn't panic if option is none. Oh yeah, because it's smart enough to know that, like, hey, if you're checking is some, then after the and, like, there's no way that the unwrap, like, it wouldn't be able to get there, right? Because it would be false if it was if is some was none, and therefore wouldn't run the code to the right of the and. So then we just say, okay, so we're setting the user, and we're setting is authenticated. That's the big thing that we're doing. You cannot find value state in the scope. Wait, save. Okay. Then back to authentication. Auth loading is no longer a thing that we're looking at anymore. We just don't, it just doesn't matter. So we just get rid of you. Now, is authenticated is probably what we're the most interested in. So we don't grab you. And we remove both of you. Come on, go, stop. Take me back here, okay. Oh, stop. Oh my gosh. I have an info loop somewhere. Yeah, kind of a big deal. In login callback, we need to make sure we're only doing this once. So, when this happens, I guess, like, after we set all of this up to run, down here we then say, oh, maybe that's where my problem was. I need to tell it that it's loaded here. It's like has run, so has run set true. Danny Depresso, hello. How's your counting? How's the counting framework going? Stop. Okay. Now it's working. Oh, it's not working. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it which framework is it? Or is it a custom framework? That's a later problem. I'm trying to set up Docker for it at the moment. Yeah. All the fun DevOpsy things we do at the beginning of a new project. Okay. This is okay. That was the issue. That was the issue the entire time. Okay, so I need to, because oh, it's Nux 3. I have never used Nux, but I've heard really good things about it. Let's try this. Let's try this again. I'm going to actually go back to the is loaded because I think I now know what was going on. So we're going to undo you. Has loaded. So we need to grab has loaded out of the store here. In fact, can I just undo until we have that? need to do any of the fun stuff with like clone or anything like that. If not loading, yeah, okay, so at this point in time, we have a dispatch. Okay, so we have our loading bool come in, so it's not loading. We need to not set is loading here. That cannot be set there. That has to be set down here. So we need to do another dispatch, reduce value moved after. Okay, so dispatch, we clone dispatch, put this in here. Let's create a block for you. That makes you happy. It's your first time dealing with a Vue-based framework. I love Vue, although I've not used Vue 3 at all yet because I'm waiting for some of the dev tooling to, catch up to the framework. You've not been having a good time with Angular, but you're still in your learning phase. Which version of Angular are you working? I assume it's like the Angular 2+, right? Like the more recent Angular, not the ancient Angular 1. Then we're going to come back to authentication, and we're going to put this back until we have, okay, so offloading. So we have, I want to go back because we have offloading here. There's a Boolean. Okay, so username and offloading. Okay, so then are you finally going to be happy? Infinite loop. No is the answer. Probably the ancient. Let's see. Is there an Angular CLI? Are you using Angular like an Angular CLI or not? Yes, you are using Angular CLI. Then it's Angular 2+. Okay, that's the more recent versions. The original Angular had no CLI. It was like old school. It was fun though. I loved Angular. Angular was great. Okay, so I immediately, we need to go to, oh, stop. Well, okay. So in our login callback, we have this problem now. So we are setting loading to false, but really what we want to know is like, hey, look, are we loading? And then I think we also need to know if we're not authenticated, because if we're not authenticated, and okay, so we need both of those. So let's grab that. So we have is loading and is authenticated, and we will grab those out, and then we'll check both of these. So you have to be not loading, and we have to be not is authenticated. Now it's working. Okay. So I think our loading is interesting here. So we want this login callback to run. I wonder at this point in time if we can go back to not using use effect and if that would work. Although I don't know if it would work. I mean, I could just try removing it really quickly. No errors. Oh, that did work. Okay, so we don't need use effect. And use effect just sort of made things more difficult. So then at this point in time, I probably can do loading is false. And I probably don't need this. No, I do. Okay. Infinite loop again. So what's happening is every time we change, we make a dispatch change. Like store loading is true. It's like we make this change here, and then before it has the history push, it's like constantly refreshing this page, infinite loop, freezing the thread, which is then not allowing this to ever action. Now I send this request off, and then I pass it like this callback in with all these things. I don't think I really care about anything else, but like we now know how to get this working like this. Nope. Come on. Undo. Save. And that works. There's a little bit of a flash while it does a whole bunch of stuff, but I think that would be fine. Especially since I would probably send them back to the same place that they are right now, and the flash would be a lot less pronunciated in that. But okay, I think when it comes time to like actually design the real authentication, I think it will take a little bit of work. Also, out of curiosity, I'm gonna put this on my other screen. I'm interested in seeing what the user information coming back is, because I should be able to see that in the response. So I have like a user ID coming back. I have my nickname, name, a random avatar, which is a gravatar avatar. The email and email verified. Okay, not bad. There's a thing that I can do inside of Auth0 where I can like assign metadata to a user. So like if I just say something like I don't know, hello. Oh, we do something like message the world, something like that. I'm gonna save that. That did not come in with the metadata. Okay, so I'll need to figure out how to get that kind of information later. But I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I think I probably can send GET requests to like get more information. Unless like there's... Okay, if you want this endpoint to return user metadata or other custom information, you can use rules. Oh, okay. You can read, update, and delete metadata using Auth0 rules. In the following sections, we'll refer to this example. Okay, cool. So we can add in data for the user. So you just add in like random little pieces of data. So wait, how do I... You can refer to specific items in the data set outside of rules or via call to the management API, read app metadata. Yes, I know. Okay, I can make decisions based on it. That makes sense. Thank you. But can you like tell me how to request it? No, you can't. Okay. In the app, I think I can set what information I'm requesting under advanced. Auth, no. Grant types doesn't help. Oh, okay, there's an application section in advanced settings. So, okay, that's not on the user though. I want it off the user, not off the app. All right, well, I'll have to figure out how to actually get that information later. Might be more just reading through the documentation and sort of like seeing. I vaguely remember seeing something about like what features I can request. I don't know where that is. And grant types doesn't seem to be right. Oh, was it a different oh, wait. It said here that's something else. If I go back. You can use rules. Okay. Maybe these rules? No, it's the same thing. Normally their documentation has been pretty good, but this one seems to be fairly confusing about like where to find like, where stuff is. How to create rules using the Auth0 dashboard. Okay, so I don't see anything like just rules off of here. Oh wait, the roles, not rules though. So they're like snippets of code that runs on Auth0 servers, I think. Auth pipelines rules. So dashboard, auth pipelines. Oh, I never looked into that at all. Okay, so if I create a rule, oh, so much stuff. Oh, enrich profile, add attribute to users, country, add persistent. Dota, hello. How are you doing today? Okay. No, that's move. Just making some last minute changes to the client project. Hopefully then you'll be done, right? There's also hooks. Hooks are also available to me. Okay, there's some interesting things we can do here. You implemented, let's see, you implement a new library in it, but you don't want to add it before they start testing tomorrow. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe like some kind of branch or something else to like, you'll have it on a staging ready to go. So that was move user. I don't want to do that. I want to like add the user data, but like there's a bunch of stuff here. I probably have to off stream go and look through this. But this feels like this is no longer a problem of integrating Auth0 into Rust. This is now a problem of just configuring Auth0 correctly, which is on their website. So I think we can move. I think we can move on and just like I think we're ready to go. Once we figure out how to get the metadata, it'll just appear inside of the user profile that we're getting back with use data. So interesting, a lot of cool stuff we can do, but I will look at those later. Thank you, Bulbstat. This is my exploration hat, so we're doing exploration stuff today. All right, so I'm going to mark this part done here. So we are authenticating with Auth0. Now, what is next on my list? Let's see. 2 projects, go. And strike you out. Okay. Okay. Next one would be, what backend should I use? So eventually I assume that I'm going to need some kind of backend for this project. And the 2 web servers that I sort of like I'm thinking about right now would be Axum or Actix Web. My initial thought would be Axum. I haven't been keeping like full track of like who has requested what yet, but it feels like more people want to see Axum recently than Actix Web. So I will I'll be dealing with that. You like Axum? All right. Well, I think we'll sort of like go off and I'm gonna take a quick break, grab some water, and then we'll just look into getting Axum spun up. We'll see how far we get into like just a Hello World API or whatever that's going to look like. So I will be right back. All right, I am back. Here's my... Okay, yeah. You like Axum Patatas? Yeah, I mean, I've heard enough good things about it that I want to try it out. Let's see. So I don't want to put this inside of Yew.rs Playground. That's our front end only stuff. Hi Zombie. You just knock all the toys in the ground. You want this one? No? How about this one? It even went out of sight. I'm not going to throw more for you if you're not going to chase after any of them, even your favorite one. Okay. So, what are we doing? Where are we going? What's happening? I closed. Oh, VS Code. Yeah, you're closed. Turn you off. Let's get you turned off. And let's start something new. So let's do, there's also Axum Extra, which contains some useful things like type safe paths. On Axum, if paths are defined wrong, they're a runtime error. This changes that to compile errors. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So like, is Axum made by the same people, or is it a fork and sort of like with extra stuff on? Well, I guess you know what we can do. I can answer that question myself. So Axum is Yew.rs Axum. If I look at Axum Extra. Oh, look, it's exactly the same repository. Yew.rs Axum. Does this have different features? My volume is a tad low. Oh, I wonder if that... Interesting. Hello, Epic, and thank you for that. Let me fix that. Maybe that's a little bit better? Let me know. Okay, so I'm going to start with whatever they recommend for Axum. So we're just going to come... I guess we can go take a look at their repository. Do they have like a tutorial that they recommend? Oh, they have a usage example. Okay, we can start there. All right. So we'll do probably an Axum playground. So let's do a cargo new Axum playground. Come on, GitHub. You should detect that my Bowser is smaller now, and there you go. I have to zoom in 200% to get this size. All right, so use Axum. So obviously we'll need to use Axum. It's such a weird jump going from imperative multi-paradigm to declarative functional with Haskell. I could imagine so. Especially if you're used to like, well, I mean, both said, how many different languages have you used? Because it might also be one of those things where once you like use enough languages, then like switching to another one is like, oh, it's weird like this way, but I guess it's okay. But I've never used Haskell myself, so I don't know how different it would feel. Okay, so we're gonna head over into, we'll do this in main as just a hello world in here. We also need Serde for this example, so. You've been a C user for the last like 2 to 3 years. Stacking, you can't wrap your head around pure functional programming. It's a jump you don't understand. I could see that. I could see it being like pretty hard because I do a lot of functional programming myself, but I still do it in the context of either OOP or like state availability. You got functional programming as a course in second year and you're having a lot of issues with it, so you're trying to get a little head. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I never took any like, the only courses for programming I took were things like C. Never really did any like official courses for like JavaScript or, you know, I guess like Haskell, Lisp, any of those. Okay, so we also have to pull in Tokyo. Now with Tokyo, to get the Tokyo main, we have to, there's a feature we have to add, right? I vaguely remember that. And I forget exactly what I need to do that. Well, you know what? Let's just try it and see what happens. So if I do a Tokyo main, how upset are you? Probably the full feature? Okay, well, let's bring in features. What is it, like full feature, or is it full? Well, it's full dash feature. Okay, it like that. Oh, just full? Okay. We'll see. When Rust Analyzer finishes it, then it will yell at us or not. Oh, async keyword is missing now. Okay, so async main. Initializing tracing. Interesting. What do we need with that? So tracing subscriber. where did it get that from? That's not one of the use statements. I don't see a prelude either. Oh, is that a Tokyo thing? Is this a crate? Oh, I guess it is. Which is part of Yew.rs. Okay, that makes sense. They're not pulling it in, so you're curious how it's being used. You can skip tracing, though it's a neat thing to learn to use. Well, I'm just gonna like do a hand copy of this like as a first step to see what happens. Then we can turn it off and see what that does or doesn't give us. Okay, so that makes you happy now. Build our application with a route. Okay, so we're gonna create a new router. Yeah, you need to add both tracing and tracing subscriber to copy that example. Interesting. Oh yeah, I see tracing here. Interesting. Okay. Router comes from... Where does router come from? Oh, here. Okay. Axum. Okay, so letter app equals router from Axum. New. Now we can set up a route on it. So route path to slash. So it's get root. So route and get, and then root is what? Root is a function. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad. So if we get something like that. Axum accounting root? No, I want, oh, Axum routing get. There it goes. Get root, and so that's a function. So then you are going to be this static stir. And you need to be an async function. Okay. More things to be done here. So then we can do like a post. So that's how we figure out if it's a get or a post request. Okay, nice. So let's say we just start with that right now. Then run our app with hyper. So let address equals socket address. Okay, so we say what that's going to be. Now we're using standard net. That. Now we're going to pass in a tuple with an array of the IP address. So We'll do 8,000 for this one. Okay, next up. Now here's where they use tracing, so which we did not pull in here. Tracing debug, listening. Okay, so that's like a console log, I guess. The docs for Axum have a section for required dependencies. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Tracing is like log, but it's for generating structured trace records rather than just plain logs. Oh, nice. Just like you have log info, log warn, log error, etc., you can have tracing info, tracing warn, tracing error. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Hence this tracing debug. Okay, so we need tracing now. Okay, so then we're going to do a tracing. Let's let Rust Analyzer do its thing. They also provide a macro to generate better error messages in Axum macros called debug. Nice. Okay, so do tracing debug. Say listening on. Now, does this allow the new method where I can just say like address like that? Will that work? Maybe. What are you upset about? Router unknown. Oh, I think I have to use it first, and then it will know what type it is. Okay, so we have a trace. Okay, then we do an Axum server. Okay, we're gonna bind a reference to the address. We're going to serve our app into make service, await that, and then unwrap. You are upset at me now. Okay, you now know what your type is, so that's happy there. We have no errors showing. You thought with stuff with Haskell, there's a lot of late binding, which makes the language a lot different. What do you mean? What does it mean by late binding? Ooh, it's running. Okay. So that's running. So I should be able to now hit Thunder Client, new request. We're going to do a get to localhost. Localhost :8000. Hello from root. Okay. There we go. So we can also do a post here for create user. Now, looking at what they're going to do here, this argument tells Axum to parse the request body as JSON into a create user type. Insert your application logic here. So let user equals user ID, username. This will be converted into a JSON response with the status code of 201 created. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, so this is just basically a mirror. So let's can't do like a full mirror, because that's oh nope, let me open the bookmark there. Close you here. Let's create a function. Let's do async function mirror. So this takes in a JSON payload here. Interesting. I don't think I've seen, like, it's almost like it's calling a function, but that's a capital JSON. Where does that come from? That's here, part of Axum. So we get JSON. Oh, it's a tuple. Okay, so it's a tuple. And then, okay, so we get our payload. Its type is going to be JSON. And then we tell it exactly what it is. So how is it? Deserialize. Oh, come on. Deserialize and serialize. Did I add the features? Oh no, I didn't. I forgot to add the feature. Man, I keep on forgetting that one too. So Serde, we need the derive features. Is it like derive? Is that it? Or is it like Serde derive? Derive, okay. Come on, can you? Am I just doing this wrong? Oh, is it because of this thing? Because I didn't finish you. There we go. Import you. Import you. Okay, so mirror, let's do like a message. And you're going to be a string. So then we can say that you're going to be this type mirror on the wall. And you are returning impl into response. Okay. Impl into response. So then we do the thing. So it sounds like we actually have this information now. Okay, so what if I do this code? So I'm just going to return status code. Okay, so that should be a 200. And then JSON. Now I could just do like Serde JSON from, or I can just like take take our payload and just send it right back. And then here we have, okay, so router path, we have our service. Okay, so route get. Another route, so path, this will be slash mirror. Service will now be a post. Yeah, I think so, because get is from routing. So I want post from routing. There we go. Handler is going to be mirror and just a reference to you. Okay. Restart the server. You're running, and so now, okay, so the get should still work, and we should still get this. And then if I change you to a post, to slash mirror, I think. Oh, 415 unsupported media type. Interesting. So body. I want you to have message of hello from under clients. Hey, there we go. Okay. Not bad. That seems pretty easy so far. So the idea of like where I'm going with this is we're gonna have the backend is mostly like, okay, so in let me get my thoughts all together and like figure out what the plan is. We're gonna have a single page application, potentially like multiple of them for like various things that go into Brooks builds. So like for the website itself, that's going to be just like a single page application. We might have others too that that will just sort of like sit there. We'll have a database, which I plan on using Auth0 with, which means that this backend may or may not need to connect to that database because we're going to use GraphQL type stuff. We're using Auth0. And a future experiment that we're going to have to do is hooking Auth0 up to Auth0. It's possible, but there's some like tricky things that we have to do for it, according to their documentation. But in an effort to not pay too much money for this, if I'm going to have to... Did I read the Ammo's Faster Than Lime article? The recent ones touch a bit on Axum and tracing. They're very interesting. No, I haven't. I've basically just like found myself not having too much like mental time, like mental energy time after work to like do that kind of stuff. So like sometimes I work on these things, but for the most part, it's just like chilling. So unfortunately, I just haven't been able to keep up on that kind of stuff. I might take a look at that. Maybe. Let's see. So I think we can get away with, and if we need a server, we'll have like just a small EC2 instance. And then the server goes on there. I don't think for a while I'll need more than that, but we can set up pretty easily a scaling group. The auto scaling group has been decremented. It's the new thing, which I forget what it's called, but essentially the same idea. We set up that so that way it can spin up multiple backends if needed. For the front end, we would use S3 and CloudFront. And I would probably put the database and this backend in the same EC2 instance to begin with, because of money. And then only once we start getting crashes and we need to scale, then I would probably switch to 2 EC2 instances, one with Hasura in it, one with this backend, and then both of those can independently scale using like a scaling group. And then there's the normal stuff like Route 53 and all that fun stuff that goes along with everything else with AWS. But I think that would be it, and this would work. Now, there's probably a lot of like little weird things that we're gonna run into that will make us super upset. But we're gonna have to, like, the fact that there's like Tokyo and async already, that's gonna be pretty easy. I think Tokyo has like a request type thing that we can use too, so we'll just be heavy in Tokyo for Axum. Just not a problem. I'm okay with that. So, I mean, I don't know how much more I want to look into it. Like, let's open up this code again. I'm happy with the looks of this. So we have our routes that we set up here. And if I'm using Axum as essentially a replacement for like basically an old school, just run functions on it for my for backend processing of whatever front end stuff I want to have happen, then each of these would essentially go to a function that calls in logic in their own module. So for example, maybe I want something on Axum where I can hit it, it will go off to YouTube's API and ask, hey, what are all the videos that I've like published recently? Give me a list of those ones. It gives a list of those back. I then create a JSON object and send those back up front. So super simple backend. And this seems super simple enough. I'm liking it so far. It's very Express-like. That being said, I haven't used it enough to like have a full judgment, but what I see, I like. Now, ActX Web was the only other choice that I had written down for myself for a possibility. I want to see what their tutorial looks like, because it has been a long time. I think when we set up ActX Web, and this sort of page that's running, this is running off of an ActX Web server. So that is there's an article on using Yew and Axum as a spa. I mean, I can't imagine it would be that hard, right? Because Axum you just use as the API to like grab stuff off, and it looks like it's gonna be fairly simple for a JSON API, which is, I mean, that's all APIs are recently these days anyways, is doing that. And for the most part, I want to actually have all the state stuff, all the database integrations through GraphQL with Hasura, which means that the front end sends those requests off. Doesn't Lambda support Rust? That way you don't have to worry about EC2 scaling. Last time I checked, it did not, but maybe it does. You have a list of your runtimes or runners. Like where's actually the real documentation? Okay, lambda. Runtime. Okay. So we have Node.js, Python, Ruby, Java, Go, .NET, and custom. To use other languages in Lambda, you can implement a custom runtime. The Lambda execution environment provides a runtime interface for getting invocation events and sending responses. You can deploy a custom runtime alongside your function code or in a layer. Interesting. So my thoughts are, though, that if I'm going to be paying for an EC2 instance for Hasura, then I might as well, at least to begin with, set up our backends, because like I'm like this is like Brooks Builds is not going to become like super popular overnight. It's probably going to take like a year or two, and so in that time frame, setting it up with its own backend, so I don't also have like a second like charge source, probably is the best place to do this. And then we do a quick migration over to Lambda or its own EC2, depending upon what makes the most sense at that time. But it looks like AWS does not natively support Rust, but we can do our own custom runtime, which then would kind of support Rust. Interesting. So, I mean, it might be something to look into in the future. I'll probably like I probably want to like try these out. I would be interested to see if a custom runtime, even if it is in something like Rust, which would be faster, would that actually be faster than just writing it in JavaScript or Python, because that's what they already have set up. Like would the custom, like the build time and runtime of this be higher? That being said, also using a bundled Node version is really nice, because then you can use a Node version that's not ancient, like 14, which I still don't understand why they haven't. Why 14 is like the latest version of Node that they support. Yeah, the spin up time is what you need to worry about in the Lambda. Yeah, that's what I'm mostly worried about. So I'm thinking architecture-wise, right now I'm thinking a single EC2 for our Hasura and any functions that we need, which we may not need functions for quite a while. We might need them, we might not. I don't know. I think something like Axum is going to be simple enough for us that we just run, like we treat it like a custom like Lambda handler, right? Like these are just a collection of API endpoints that go off and do something for me and then return back. And I pay for it using EC2 because I need the Hasura up for it anyways. So it should be like free. When I need to scale, that's when we break things out. So that we'll figure that out later. Future me has to deal with that problem. And theoretically, if traffic increases, I'm also like getting money from it, which is a good problem then, right? Because like that means that I can afford to start like putting more money into infrastructure and like actually paying for some of these services a lot more. So that's also a something to look forward to, maybe. Let's see. That's the plan here. So I want to look at ActX Web, just sort of like what it generally looks like. You'd say it really should be the other way. A Lambda is for a low hit site and EC2 is for a larger scale citer. I know. So I agree with you, except I need Hasura going up and running. So where would I host Hasura? Then that would end up being, you never want to use a Lambda for a high traffic site, then costs are not for a single person to pay. Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. Our apps that we have at my day job, we're not high traffic. We're certainly like not low traffic, but we're definitely not high traffic. But I'm already seeing like the cost sort of go up. Plus, also there's a limit to the number of current Lambda functions that can be running at any moment in time, and it can get it will just start failing, and it's like, that's scary. So here it's similar. So we got like get hello world. Okay, so we use a derive here. A DDoS will not cost you a lot of money, right? So if I'm using an EC2, and if I'm using EC2 just sort of like deployed, the backend at DDoS will basically cost me money up until it starts crashing because I've used all the network that I'm allowed to have. And the thing is, like, it would only cost a lot more money if I have an auto scaling group where it then starts auto scaling up to handle that DDoS. So DDoS in this case would completely just take down the site and it would be gone. I'm making that decision for that. Always set up a scale limit. Yes. If you're going to auto scale, then a scaling limit is absolutely essential and important. Lambdas, I don't think allow you to, right? Like Lambdas are just going to be like, yep, we're going to scale up for you until we hit like 50,000 concurrent Lambdas. And then you're paying for all those. Except for like 10, you just scale to servers and you just crash. Yeah, exactly. Now, on the front end side, if you're like a bunch of people are sending GET requests to like get all the Yew.rs stuff, that's not too bad because that's CloudFront. CloudFront is extremely cheap when being able to handle that. Plus, they have anti-DDoS caching systems in place, so they would just start getting the caches, and like I wouldn't be charged for that. So, a front end with CloudFront should be really cheap and be fairly protected from DDoS. The back end would be extremely susceptible, but that's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Okay, so for this, the standard like responding with a string is simple enough. We just sort of have a function that's very similar to the other one. They're using ActX Web main instead of Tokyo main, although Tokyo main is also an option here apparently. HTTP server, new, app new. So they do route hello. Very similar here. How about JSON? So you can do JSON with Serde JSON. I mean, that seems. This all seems like very similar to each other. And so because of that, I kind of want to do the new one to me, which is Axum. I'm not seeing anything here that like makes it, oh, hey, I need tactics web. If anything, it looks like Axum might be slightly less overhead, like boilerplate. But it's been forever since I've used Tactics web. All right. I think I'm happy to just say, you know what? I'm like the tutorial worked. I have confidence in it. Enough people are using it. I'm gonna mark off Tactics web. Let's see. Ooh, okay. So, coming up with my experiments. So there's some interesting ones. The only thing ActiveWeb 4 really did was remove the Active runtime since it's dead and switch to Tokyo. That makes sense. Okay, that's the reason why you can use Tokyo with it. That makes sense. Yeah, I want to use Axum mostly because of the number of requests that I've gotten for it. That's like the main reason I want to do it. All right, so coming up on my list of things to check out. Can I get a subscription status from Twitch and match to an account? So that would require, that's like back to Auth0, and like, can I get information from that? And I think I may have to do that off stream because there might be some like, I think most of that stuff I have to just do on my own computer and not share off, just in case I expose the wrong things. So like that one will have to be done on my own. How to integrate? Okay, so eventually there's gonna be like a payment system in here, and I am really like, I really want to do this like pay anywhere system, which means that like if you pay me on Twitch through a subscription, that's like equivalent to like paying me on the site. That's one of the reasons I want to be able to get subscription status from Twitch. That being said, some people won't want to do that, and having the ability to do any kind of like credit card payment for that would be essential for like any kind of like, hey, I want to like allow you to pay for these services. To me, that means integrating Stripe, because I am certainly not going to handle credit cards myself. I want those to be sent off to something else that I don't have to ever touch the credit card or store it in any way whatsoever, if I can. Which means how to integrate Stripe with Yew.rs. Can it be a full front-end only thing, or am I going to have a back-end route that handles that? If I have a back-end route, does that mean I'm having this send the credit card to my back-end? Because once again, I don't want to do that. So for this, first of all, do you have a free tier? I didn't even look at that yet. I just, all I know is that Stripe is pretty, you'll need a backend because you get sent a token of payment, which is the token you want to store. Okay. The token is proof of payment. Okay. I guess I want to be have proof of payment. That might be nice. Okay, so it's 2.9% plus 30 cents per useful card charge. So I should probably charge more than like 30 cents. because then I'll be losing a lot of money. Okay, so if I click on get started, do they have a, oh, they're gonna make me sign up here for this, aren't they? No, I am not gonna do this right now. Documentation. Okay, so payments, final guides, IP, APIs. Of course, they're not going to have one for Yew.rs or Rust. Like, I can't imagine it. They have tons, like all of these ones have tons for like, you know, every other language. But Rust, not enough people are doing it yet. Accept online payments. What do we need this? So this is all Ruby. Okay, so their example, Ruby, Node, PHP, Python, Go, .NET, and Java. That's good Node. That should be familiar to most of us. So yeah, it does sound like we would need our own backend for this, and our front end, ooh, just plain HTML, or we can do React. So install the Stripe node library. Well, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna have to figure out how to send payments directly. Which means, okay, so we may have to do the same thing we did the other one. Go and find the Stripe node library and like just recreate just the pieces that we need ourselves. Add an endpoint in your server that creates a checkout session. The checkout session controls what your customer sees in the Stripe posted payment page, such as line items, the order amount and currency, and acceptable payment methods. Card payments are enabled by default, but you can enable and disable other payment methods. Okay, so there's that create checkout session where we then say, create line items. Okay, so price, we set what the price is. We get that from our database. And then how many they're getting, or payment. Okay, so, okay, where to redirect us to if it's successful and where to redirect us to if it's canceling. Okay. Now, is there a nonce that we can send? Because if there was a nonce, then I could have the front end trust it. But because I could put that nonce in database and I can like grab that out and like see like, hey, is that equal? Actually, could I? I don't know if I can. Probably not. We should have the server do it. Not sure if you can get a current list of subs. We found a pub sub, which can end up listening to the store that way. Yeah, so we're gonna need a another app, like well, okay. I was looking through the Twitch API. Sorry, not the Twitch API, just the streamer dashboard. And one of the things that I can do is download an Excel spreadsheet of all the subscribers. And apparently, I can get your email addresses for like email, like I can send you all an email, and I can do things like that. So I can get access to my subscriber list that way. Now that's a super manual system. That's like terrible idea, like for any kind of like automated way. But like, just because I can get that means that there's other ways I can get it too. That being said, bits. I don't know if I can profile, like request, like if you sign up to the Brooks Builds website, I don't know if I can find out how many bits you've sent. So it might be one of those, okay, sign up for your website and any bits you spend from now on, I can have something with a pub sub and like listening to that and then update and say, hey, you spent some bits. Hi. Are you upset because I'm not feeding you or paying attention to you? Hi. If they're sub before you set up the pub sub. Oh, you can always say sorry. You don't have access right now, but once you resub, it will grant you. How does Discord do it? Because like right now, if it's possible to set up a system in Discord where like you get access to a different set of channels if you're a subscriber, and also like which tier of subscription you have. There's got to be a way to find that. But I think we'll probably will need a backend to make a request to Twitch's servers and ask that information. Because like, what if they sub and then they go to the website and they sign in? And you're like, well, you gotta wait a full month before you get access to the thing you just paid for. Sorry, that would suck so much. That would be absolutely terrible. Okay, so I think this is gonna be the next thing we're gonna work on. Is figuring out this, and I think there's a way to do. Can I do this without signing up, or do I have to sign up? Testing. Simulate payments to test your integration. Okay, so I can use 42, 42, 42, 42 repeating as the card number, and then that would work. When writing test code, we don't recommend using a card number. Really? Man, for some reason I thought I should just put my credit card number into my testing files. I guess not. Should they have your credit card information? Better call the bank. Okay, so we can set up a secret key, like a test key too. We don't recommend using card numbers directly in API calls or server-side code, even in test mode. If you do use them, your code might not be PCI compliant, because like even if it's a fake card, it's still a card. Long stream today? Yes, Sundays are long streams, although we're going to be winding down pretty soon. I think right now we're sort of like just looking at what we want to deal with in the future. Like basically what next week's focus is going to be, which is going to be Stripe. Okay, here's a bunch of fake credit cards for us to use. I mean, I'm pretty sure what we can do is use environment variables to throw these in. But I'm going to be doing a lot of manual testing with this. I suppose we can set up. Oh man, there's interesting international cards too. Declined payments. Okay, so they have cards that will just auto decline. That's nice. Okay, this is good to know. So all right, let's go back to what this is going to look like. So on our server, we're going to set up this create checkout session. We are going to, so we're going to have to deal with whatever these are. So these are probably sending API calls directly. The sessions create. I wonder if they have. I wonder if they have like a just sort of like a graph of like the system they want you to do. It feels like these are what we're gonna send them to someplace. This might not be very different than Auth. Because really, Stripe itself is going to be handling all of the actual payment stuff. Then they're going to give us back a token that lets us know if they paid. That's it. Then I can use that token probably to like ask like, hey, what's the payment status? So let's go back to so redirect your user to Stripe checkout. Okay, so we can just do that. So in Yew, almost nothing to change, right? It's just going to be a link to send them there. And then I can set all this up on the front end, I think. Oh, these are just different. Okay, no, we create the session in our backend first, and then redirect the user. So we hit our custom API. Our custom API then has to do whatever this is doing behind the scenes, which is probably hitting some kind of like post API to like pass in this data and set that up. You most likely want a model to come up with the Stripe API page. Yeah, possibly. Or Stripe checkout page, yeah. Then once we've told them, hey, there's gonna be a checkout session, we get this session and then we're gonna redirect to that special session URL. Oh, modal? Interesting. I could do a modal. Or the success and cancel URL is also going to be fine here, because I could just have it come back to the server, and then we can store the session ID into the database. Okay, so then they come back, and we need now this would be interesting because it's going to be a completely independent front end deployed from the back end. So I can't trust the front end to just because somebody can just like go in and say, hey, this is like my token, I totally paid. And then I'm like, oh, great, you paid. Unless I can verify that. Okay, so updated checkout session creation implemented to use this new page. Oh yeah, okay, so we updated show success page. It's like success or cancel. No, I don't think I want to do that. All right, so I think what I need to do is create a Stripe account and figure out what we're gonna set up and just sort of like start playing around with this. And I believe that we're gonna get into that in the next time. Sylvie, hi. Want to come here? Instead of just meowing out there? Hi. And I don't know if we're going to use a modal or not. So for login, I'm not using a modal. And like, as just personal preferences, I've never really liked modals. I usually like redirects or just like completely different pages for that. But that being said, a modal, like, do they have, like, because if it's a 303 redirect, I don't really have much of a choice, do I? What do you have for me? Embed or share a link to a Stripe payment page to accept payment. So you can create a payment page and share a link to it with your customers. I mean, I guess I could do that too. That'd be the easiest slash like not work way. Fold redirect does show, hey, you're on the Stripe page. I would assume that customers of Brooks Builds are going to be a little bit more savvy about people potentially trying to rip them off than like most people on the internet. At least I kind of hope so, right? Because I mean, we're building these type of things. We know how quickly we could just destroy trust with it by doing something bad. You know that thing you do when you're building a new workstation and forget to actually initialize it before running the server? Yeah, that happens more often than I want to admit. And it's always one of those like, oh yeah, I should script this, and then I never do. Or like half write a script and then abandon it. Okay, so link. Okay, change confirmation here. There's nothing here. Wait a second, where where was this? I thought. Oh, Stripe elements. Integrate customizable UI components into your website. This might be a problem because this is going to want them to use their own stuff, isn't it? It's like front end HTML. Like, okay, backend is fine. What do I do custom? So we have res. Okay, so create payment intent. So does the same thing. So sends that up. Return the payment intent's client secret in the response to finish the payment on the client. Okay. So then in check out the HTML. Check out that JS. We have handle submit. So we fetch. Okay, so in initialize, we fetch create payment intent. We do a post. We get back the client secret. So we need a stripe. Stripe equals stripe. And what I'm concerned about is that this stripe is a, script source stripe. So I would have to build all of those myself. I mean, certainly possible, just really long time. Wait, is this? Okay, so for the API, I was confused for a second because I thought authentication was like, am I going to Auth0? No. Interesting. Okay, so there is plenty. Why not building a web design agency, building websites for clients? Hello, homeless. So that is certainly an option, and plenty of people actually do that for a living. For me personally, I don't know. Like it was a little bit of fun when I worked on that. But I think I would rather do like more teaching type stuff. Like if I'm gonna build a business, I would rather build it like books builds type, like teaching. I might build some like little apps that like anybody else can use, or little gaming type things, stuff like that. But for like my day job, I actually really like working for a company that's building a product like for a bunch of other people. So that's sort of like my preference. If I'm going to do my own stuff, it's going to be my own products. I want products instead of just web design agency, if that makes sense. That being said, I know people that love it. How old am I? I am 40. I've been doing this for a while now, so I also know what I want too. That helps. Still young. Let's see. Okay, so we can do. Okay, it looks like they have all of the information we need here to do everything without actually using their SDK, which is really nice. So we just need to figure out which of these we're going to be using based upon what is in here. So if we take a look at server, it's okay. So it's create a payment intent. So we go back to here and we say, okay, create a payment intent. And the response would include the URL to send them to, I think. When are we too old to code? So my grandfather was coding and like he taught himself to code. He built like a Rubik's Cube completer, like a solver, in software only. He built like little utilities to like print checks for himself. Like, you know, when he received money or he wanted to like pay off a check or something, his printer didn't know how to print the checks and write stuff. So he wrote a driver to like do that for himself. Basically, you're too old to code when you can no longer code. So basically, never, or unless you give up. It's like Dark Souls. You game over when you give up, right? Okay, so I think this is going to work just fine. But it looks like we're going to be working with Axum on the back end and Yew to sort of like send things back and forth. And that'll be fine. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to this. This should be fun. Should hopefully have a sort of like a figure out what we're doing, and it should be fun. Let's see. Who is streaming right now? I'm thinking of doing a raid to one of our fellow streamers. Looking at it, we have Nomad Pixels doing Rust game dev stuff. I'm waiting for the advertisement to get done so I can actually see what they're working on. It looks like it's a colony sim game with dwarves that's written in Rust from scratch. Seems pretty cool. He only has 4 viewers right now, so I wonder if he just started. Come on, advertisement. Let me see. Can I hear? So it's like mostly focusing type things, but let's do it. Let's go ahead and set up the raid for. We've been raiding streaming for 5 hours. Okay, so let's go ahead and raid Nomad Pixel. We'll go ahead and set that up. I don't know how much I'll be able to hang around with you. I need to go grab lunch and then feed Zilby. He's been meowing at me a lot today, so he probably wants to go, do something. Anyways, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It's been fun. I am. Let's see. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. My weekday streams are short streams. They're usually for like an hour and 15 minutes. Sundays are my long streams. I do this from like 7:30 to like around noon time. So with that, have a great rest of your days, and I will see you next time, whenever that is. Bye. Figure out some